Yeah. Oh, it's okay, Shani. It's not wonderful, but you know. Fuck, that was such a boon finding that yesterday morning. That's probably why I'm in such a good mood. Never have to do the lawns again. So much colder the last day. Jeez, no, it's cold now. big fella. Hello, big fella. Hello, big fella. Shh, Genzo. Genzo. Era. Genzo. It's too early in the morning, mate. Oh, I'm so close to my screen. Discord? There's no Discord. Is there? Discord. Switch. Put some different music on. Bass down low. Yeah, it's a good song actually.
Yeah, let's go. If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beat fast and my bass down. Make it bounce. DJ. Bass. I like my beat fast. Make it bounce.
Let's do bass down low. It's a good song. Yeah, baby. Let's go.
If you wanna get with me, there's some things you gotta know. I like my beats fast and my bass down low.
It's the cataract.
Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. Bass down low. Bass down low. I like my beats fast and my bass down low. It's like 1, 2, 3, 3.
Not allowed it to legal. It's why does it keep doing this to me?
I'm about to take this drink and just stuff it. This tank
Okay, so I can play this.
Bang along with balln.
You got it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like that, eh? Oh man, there's some snow falling somewhere. Oh, hey Ellie, how you doing? How are you going? Good morning. I was looking at actual shit. No, I was looking at it. Ah, yes, the clothes. Excellent. I have money. Okay, this is good. Hello. Steam. Are you there, Steam? Friends. Search Ali. Yo. I need a bit of jersey. Oh, it's cold, man. It's despicably cold. It's despicable. Ready up. Come on, bud. Get up. I love you. Come on. You can do it. Why are you looking at it funny? Do you need a big run up? My love, do you need a step? We have a step. Come on. Little steps. Hello. Hello. Boys doing that with your ears, man. I fucking hate it. I do.
Apparently I'm waiting on something. You guys had the good times. I don't know what your thing is. Get up. I'm gonna make a fucking step if I have to. Get up. Come on. Get up. See, you can do it. No trouble at all. Okay? I don't know what that nonsense is. Okay. We are home. We are home, boy. We are home. Okay. Glad we have an understanding. Alright. The music has stopped. The music has stopped. Let's see what's on. Read it.
Woke up in the
The
shadow
British ones.
of my own doubt. A broken man trying to find his way out. The mirror cracked, but it showed me clear. Strength ain't quiet. It roars in fear. I'm finding my ground. Can't hold me down. Through the dirt and the storm, I'm homeward bound. Every fall's just a step. Every cry's just a sound. I'm finding my ground. Yeah, I'm finding my ground. Fingers bled on a six-string fight. Played my pain through the edge of night. The storm, it came, but it couldn't stay. Now the blues in my veins light my way. Oh, I stumbled. Oh, I bled. But the fire's alive. It ain't dead. I'm finding my ground. Can't hold me down. Through the dirt and the storm, I'm homeward bound. Every fall's just a step. Every cry's just a sound. I'm finding my ground. Yeah, I'm finding my ground. Strength's a whisper, then it's a shout. You'll never know it till you're locked out. But I found the key in the cracks I made. The harder it hit, the less I was afraid. Shadows stretch long across the dirt. The sun's a knife, it cuts, it hurts. Boots scuff gravel, they leave no trace. Every mile's a memory race. Rust and thunder rolling in my chest. A heart of metal can't find no rest. The road it calls, but it never gives. Rust and thunder, that's how I live. Still strings hum like a preacher's cry. The truth is buried, but I can't lie. Whiskey whispers, they burn like fire. Every chord pulls me higher, higher. Dust on my tongue, sweat in my veins. Freedom ain't free, it's tethered to chains. Oh, rust and thunder rolling in my chest. A heart of metal can't find no rest. The road it calls, but it never gives. Rust and thunder, that's how I live. I don't chase the wind, it chases me. The cracks in my soul, let the light bleed free. The storm in my lungs, it keeps me whole. Rust and thunder, the price of my soul. The price of my soul. Dust on the bottom, the night won't hush. My heart's been dragging through whiskey and rust. Every word you say still feels like a crush. Oh, whiskey and rust, they don't fade away. Whiskey and rust, they're here to stay. The moon's a liar, hiding behind the smoke. The stars just laugh while my dreams choke. The truth ain't a sword, it's a dojo. Every step on this road burns slow. Every mile's just a dead out. Oh, whiskey and rust, they don't fade away. They linger like shadows at the edge of day. Whiskey and rust, they're here to stay. A shadow crawls across my floor. The clock stuck at forevermore. My soul's been sold to the dark next door. Whiskey and smoke, they're my only friends. They burn like a love that never ends. Whiskey and smoke, they tell no lies. They drown my pain, they blur my skies. I saw my dreams in a shattered glass. They broke like promises built to last. The past, it lingers, it's holding fast. The bottle hums a tune, I know. It's low, it's slow, it's full of woe. The embers glow, won't let me go. Whiskey and smoke, they're my only friends. They burn like a love that never ends. Whiskey and smoke, they tell no lies. They drown my pain, they blur my skies.
Caramba.
Ashes and echoes, they dance tonight. In the fading glow of the ballroom light. Whiskey and smoke, they're my last fight. The clock ticks slow, but the night moves fast. Shadows stretch along, they're built to last. Alone somehow rides a midnight air. Whiskey moon shines, but it don't care. Whiskey moon, oh, whiskey moon. You light the dark, but fade too soon. Whiskey moon, oh, whiskey moon. You leave me lost in this old tune. The bottle's empty, but the ache's still here. Each note I play just draws you near. Your silver face hangs high in the sky. You burn so bright, then you say goodbye. I'm chasing ghosts on a winding road. Your glow's a map, but it don't show the way back home or a place to rest. Whiskey Moon, you're a cool guest. Whiskey Moon, oh, Whiskey Moon, you light the dark, but fade too soon. Whiskey Moon, oh, Whiskey Moon, you leave me lost in this old tune.
1-1, brother. 1%. Let's go.
Clock ain't moving, but my shadow grows. Whiskey in my glass, the only friend I know. I chased a dream, it turned to smoke. Now all I got is heavy cold. Under the whiskey moonlight, everything feels wrong. Under the whiskey moonlight, where the nights are long, I'm a ghost of myself, just humming a lost song. Under the whiskey moonlight, I don't belong. The floorboards creak like they're whispering sin. Every step I take pulls me back again. Stars don't shine, they just hang and stare, like they know my secrets, like they don't care. And the bottle calls me by my name, in his voice I hear my shame. Under the whiskey moonlight, everything feels wrong. Under the whiskey moonlight, where the nights are long, I'm a ghost of myself, just humming a lost song. Under the whiskey moonlight, I don't belong. The road ahead is paved with regret, a map of mistakes I can't forget. I keep walking, but I'm going nowhere, trying to outrun the man I wear. clock keeps ticking, but it don't move. The night's so heavy, it crushes the groove. I light a match just to watch it fade. Shadow in the rain where my soul once stayed. Shadow in the rain, dancing with my pain. Oh, is you again? Shadow in the rain. I hear your laughter down the empty hall. A ghost of love that left me small. Whiskey whispers, but it don't heal. The shadow lingers, it's all too real. And the wind hums low through the cracks it blows. Shadow in the rain, dancing with my pain. Oh, it's you again. Shadow in the rain. Every drop's a heartbeat slow. Every step's a place I won't go. Can I run what's in my veins? Forever bound to shadow chain. Dark clouds rolling heavy tonight. A bottle's my only candlelight. Each drop of whispers, stay or fight. Drowns the pain I'll never show. Whiskey rain, you know my name. Shadows stretch along across my floor. Her voice an echo behind that door left me colder than before. I asked the moon, I asked the wind, where does the hurt begin? Oh, whiskey rain falling slow drowns the pain I'll never show. Whiskey rain, you know my name. It's a cruel story. The moon's hanging low like a broken dime. My shadow stretched thin on borrowed time. The wind whispers secrets, but it won't share mine. Oh, Whiskey River, take me slow. Drown my troubles where the dark tides flow. I got no anchor, I got no shore. Just a heart that don't beat like it did before. The clock's got a limp, it won't keep pace. Every mirror shows me a stranger's face. Lost my home, my name, my saving grace. Pour it deep, let it burn my soul. I'll trade my dreams for a hollowed home. Oh, Whiskey River, take me slow. Drown my troubles where the dark tides flow. I got no anchor, I got no shore. Just a heart that don't beat like it did before.
Good boy.
Oh. The stars fell silent when the bottle spoke. Every word it said was a heavy joke. I laughed too hard and I nearly choked. Lone wolf howls, the night won't speak. The moon's a blade, cutting through the bleak. footstep vanished, swallowed by the street. I'm a shadow in the rain, a whisper on the train. You won't see me again, shadow in the rain. The bar lights flicker, drowning in smoke. A jukebox moans, every chord's a choke. The city's a ghost, wearing its own clothes. And I'm falling deeper than deep, where even dreams are afraid to sleep. I'm a shadow in the rain, a whisper on a train. You won't see me again, shadow in the rain.
Leftists have fled to Canada are now begging online for free housing.
I'm a scholar of the far right who
A
has.
scholar. Leftists have fled to Canada are now begging online for free housing.
I'm a scholar of the far right who
A
has
scholar of the far right. I can see why you don't have a job.
fled the United States to
Yeah.
Canada, and I
She fled the United States.
need help.
By the way, for the people wondering, this is not a funny joke. This is an actual real person.
I'm a researcher of the far right. I am sitting on 10 months of rare and priceless ethnographic data on a violent Christian nationalist church. I have not had time to analyze it yet because I've been so busy waking up with this weight on my chest and frantically
So
needing
busy
to
waking
go.
up.
This is day one as a refugee in Canada. We made it across the border. I don't have a home. It's so hard. It's so hard. Every choice is so hard. The fear we felt crossing the border.
Oh, and she was also a teacher.
My students just turned in their midterm exams.
The situation in Canada is absolutely dire. The housing crisis here is worse than in the United States.
Yeah?
I lived in LA for 6 years,
I would have never guessed.
and I have not faced rent as bad as here.
Uh-huh.
When my partner, our cat, and our dog fled the United States, we headed north with the goal of being close to where our families are located.
This is The Walking Dead? Oh, we have to go north. It's fucking The Last of Us. We have to go and find our family.
My partner and I are here on a visitor visa, which is a 6 months possible stay for Americans.
Uh-huh.
But while you're here on a visitor visa, you can't work. So we
Yeah.
are currently surviving off of what savings we could get together before we fled
Yeah.
the United States.
Fled.
And that's not
You're on
terribly
a visitor
much.
visa.
No
You didn't
way. So
flee.
you're broke? I would have never guessed this. So you had a total fucking psychosis moment. We've got to get out of America. We've got to flee. Big surprise. A person like that doesn't have a lot of planning. That poor dog. I know, this poor dog.
And in Canada, I think it's actually the cost of living crisis is worse here, especially when you are shut out of the healthcare system, when you can't
That's crazy.
access any of the resources that Canadians have access to. And that's
Sounds like it's...
understandable, you know. I'm
Wait a minute.
not a citizen of the country, but
Wait a minute. So it's understandable that they don't give health care, but these are the same people that think that America needs to give health care to illegals?
it is making the financial situation dire because we can't work. Because there are 2 adults, a cat and a dog. We are looking for more than a room, but a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom.
For free. If you know of a studio, 1 or 2 bedroom apartment that we might be able to rent or stay in for free, please DM me. Guys, does anybody have a house that they can give me for free? Are there any houses?
This is the ask.
This is to ask, I need to live in your house. I need to live in your house with my dog.
As horrified as I am to be revealing my location. So if you...
Why do you think it... who do you think is after? Do you think Donald Trump's after you? Like they're trying to track you down and like capture... What is this, like a Handmaid's Tale?
No, she does actually believe she's being tracked.
And I have to be able to get across the border with my cat and 2 suitcases and what I hope will look like junk in the back seat. Any other moment could be the kickoff to a genocide.
She's fucking this is crazy. This is Delolo.
As a non-binary person and as a leftist.
Do you think the United States is like they're trying to track you down? It's like 12 years a slave. They're going to go onto the plantation and they're going to see her working at the Starbucks. Like, that one, bring her over here right now. You're going back to the plantation over there in California. Nah, she ain't got no papers. She not free, man. Now she can stay there illegally once her visa's up, just like all the Indians. God. Is that what they do over there?
I'll get in touch with you.
They all just overstay their visa?
DM me. I will be checking my messages regularly. If we can't find housing, we're going to have to leave, and I don't know where we'll go.
I think that you should go to Iran. I think you get to go to Iran. It's a great place. They're very musical.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know they're singing, but I'm seeing just guns and shit. This isn't a music video, Hassan.
I hope that this works.
I looked at an account, left it less than a month ago. They didn't even have enough funds to... Wait, so she didn't even have enough funds to survive for a month? Oh my God.
These people are in fucking
This girl committed a deadly sin. She didn't condemn J.K. Rowling and say that she was an evil demon witch. It's bad. It's real bad out there, guys. It's super bad.
The trans stuff is just over, right? We all understand the trans stuff is over. And you get these just small cultural moments that put a pin in it and be like, yep, okay, that's where everyone was just like, yeah, we don't care. We don't care anymore, and this isn't going anywhere from this point onwards. And Keira Knightley... not really giving a damn about the objection to J.K. Rowling and J.K. Rowling's virulent turfism was pretty much the point for a lot of these people, where it's become very, very clear that this nonsense just doesn't fly anymore, actually.
People don't want to hear about some weirdo on the internet telling them what's normal. If you've got so many flags in your fucking bio that it looks like you're world buffed for Naxxramas 40 for a speed run, you need to shut the fuck up.
As you can see from this interview where she's asked about, what do you think
the fuck up. Nobody wants to
the
hear
fact
it.
that there are lots of people who object to J.K. Rowling and your work, because the thing is she's working in a film that's based on a book by J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
And she's just like, what? I don't know.
Saw your voicing Professor Umbridge in the new Harry Potter audiobooks. I was wondering, are you aware that some fans are calling for a boycott, given J.K. Rowling's ongoing campaign against trans people?
I was not aware of that, no. I'm very sorry. You know, I think we're all living in a...
Yeah. No, not really. I mean, oh, really? Damn. That's crazy. Wow.
A period of time right now. We're all going to have to figure out how to live together, aren't we? And we've all got very different opinions. So I hope that we can all find respect.
That's right. That's right. And she gave a political answer to it. She's like, well, you know what? People are going to have different opinions than you are, and that's life. And it's like, let me guess. The internet is fucking furious about this.
Yeah, probably, bro.
Aren't we? And we've all got very different opinions. So I hope that we can all find respect.
That's right. That's right. And she gave a political answer to it. She's like, well, you know what? People are going to have different opinions than you are, and that's life. And it's like, let me guess. The internet is fucking furious about this.
Yeah. By the internet, you mean the vocal minority.
Uh-oh. I bet.
Woman currently respecting trans rights.
And also, by the way, that answer isn't even anything negative about trans people. Like, I think that a lot of, and this is the way that I think a lot of even liberals feel, is that like, this is at least the way I feel. Like, you want to be trans, be trans. I don't care. It's fine. You go.
Did I just see wife takes a break? So that suggests that she took a break from a
Currently
relationship.
respecting trans rights.
Where was that?
And also, by the way, that answer isn't even anything negative about trans people. Like, I think that a lot of, and this is the way that I think a lot of even liberals feel, is that
there's no way.
Like, this is at least the way I feel. Like, you want to be trans, be trans. I don't care. It's fine. You go do hormone.
They'll pair you with another AI. Maybe even another Cortana model if Halsey lets them.
That's not going to happen.
It won't be me. You know that, right?
And what about you?
What about me?
What do I call you? Any ideas?
Well, do you think it would be okay? You're sure?
You get to choose your name.
Then I think I might have the perfect one.
All right. Here we go.
I don't get it. Joyous. Okay. Okay, whatever. Oh, fuck you, internet. Give me some money.
You know how toxic I could get. I would literally call the cops, like, I don't care. Like,
call the cops for what?
Bro, I'm gonna tell him you hit me. Yo, stop, call the cops right now. He just pushed me, and he's trying to push me against that. Like,
oh, hell no.
so now you're putting your hands on women? Hold on.
Give me my mic, we out of here, come on. Now you talking about we put our hands on you?
I don't know why you get like that. Like, I hate that we have to end like this. You're not gonna go to her right now, right? What are you gonna do after this? What are you gonna do after this? Where are you gonna go after this? Why are you not talking to me?
I'll see you guys later.
You're leaving?
Yeah.
Bro, he's scared, bro. He's so scared of the cops, like, I can't. Bye. Bye, loser.
Talking about I'm putting my hands on her, she got me up. As soon as a broad get to talking about that, and then her goofy friend in the background, yeah, why you now you putting your hands on women? Nah, bro, I ain't dealing with all that. That's out.
I feel like that guy's so nice. So many guys are nice. Oh my god, but today money,
I don't know why she's making that shocked expression like this. This is the first time.
But today money, Who cares? So many guys are nice. Oh my god, but today money,
I don't know why she's making that shocked expression like this is the first time she's heard something like that. I think what shocked her was their lack of shame. They had to say something that's silly in public.
The top 10 most successful and richest women in the world.
All of them self-made.
Number 10, Iris Fontbona. She is the widow of Gina Reinhardt, Hancock Prospecting, which was founded by her father, Susan Clatton. BMW Here's Fortune. Yang Huang. 58% of a China-based real estate developer.
Nice little chunk.
Her father, its founder. Number 6, we got Jacqueline Mars. The company was founded by Jacqueline's grandfather. We have Miriam Adelson, 56% stake in the casino operator in Las Vegas Sands that was formerly owned by her husband. Number 4, Julia Cott, widow of David Kaw. Mackenzie Scott, Amazon. Number 2, Alice Walton, daughter of Sam Walton. Number 1, Francois Bettencoast Myers and family. She inherited her fortune from her mother, whose father founded L'Oreal. Okay.
Long time coming! I'm a reverend! I'm a reverend! You know what? Let me open it with you guys. Oh my
She looks like she's got Down syndrome or something.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Mm-mm. Pay to the order of Nikki Oviedo. Thank you, for my son. Kyrie, what do you want? Kyrie, what do you want to go buy? You want to go buy your Luigi costume? Say thanks, Dad. About time you start doing some bum. I will never be that mother piece. Thank you for finally doing some for your son. Round of applause, round of applause. Yeah, let me go ahead and endorse.
Girls, what is this? They all start with S.
Scaffolding.
You don't know?
No.
Ashley, you don't know? Connor?
Scaffolding.
Scaffolding. All right,
Okay.
1-0. Okay, girls, what's this? They all start with S.
Sledgehammer.
Yes. 1-1. All right, what's this? Girls.
Screws.
No.
Ratchet set.
But not bolts. I don't even know.
Connor.
Ratchet wrench.
Starts with
Socket
S.
wrench. Socket wrench. Socket wrench. Sorry.
Socket, yeah. Girls, what's this?
I don't know the word for it.
What's the question?
Like a screw hose. I don't know. No.
Connor.
Is it spigot?
Spigot.
Oh,
Oh, okay. I wouldn't have got that. That's an
Girls,
American
what's
thing.
this?
Oh.
A slit, not a slit. It's like
What? It
Good
must
one.
be American because.
Connor.
Stagecoach.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Stagecoach.
it's an American thing.
Girls, what's this?
stool.
Step
Stepping
chair.
stool. Stepping ladder.
That's right.
Oh, thank God.
Nice one. Girls, what's this?
Submarine.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah.
All right, girls. This one?
Sundial.
Oh, okay.
A stamp?
No way.
Connor?
Sundial.
Sundial.
Oh, good game.
What were some of the things you were told about men while growing up?
Don't trust them. Yeah, I agree with that one.
What is the most surprising thing you've learned about men from your experiences?
You can't trust them. Facts.
Do you prefer a man who is a gentleman or a bad boy?
Bad boy. Bad boy.
I wonder why you can't
is it
trust
fair
them.
to say women lust after bad boys but want to settle down with nice guys?
Yeah.
If you happen to be looking for a quality man, where would you expect to find one?
Quality man. Church. Yes, that's easy.
When was the last time you went to church?
Like I've said before, they are not stupid. They know their problems are self-inflicted.
Yeah.
They simply do not care.
Ugh.
Do yourself a favor.
They're not
and
self-aware. They
avoid these
care. They're just not
carefree
self-aware.
people Who continuously make the same mistakes.
Can you imagine
blaming
that?
Everyone else for their own decision.
Every time I'm around a guy and his friends, I get so jealous of them. So jealous. Like, I will never experience that kind of friendship or companionship. And as much as girls like to say online, they're like, no, I support other women. I love girls. Like, I'm a girl's girl. Like, that crap. It's not real. No one actually carries it out. No one actually, even though they believe.
I'm not quite sure if she's real.
This concept, it is not shown through their actions. And I know it makes me sound like a pick-me and like an attention seeker. Like, yeah, like all of these girls hate me. Everyone is so jealous of me. I know that's how it sounds, but like genuinely, like I'm not a freaking idiot. Like you can kind of tell when someone low-key doesn't like you and they're just being nice to you, but they can't stand you. I promise I'm not as insufferable as I seem online. Like I'm genuinely a nice person and I give everyone a chance.
Oh no, you're
but,
insufferable.
Like, gosh,
I was
it is
wondering,
so
but the fact that
lonely.
you
I
could have
realize
said
I'm
it
not
tells
gonna
me
have
that
any
you
bridesmaids in my
actually
wedding.
are.
I have my sisters and those are probably
Nah,
the
we
only
out.
women that will end up in my life because girls are so competitive and so catty and everything is passive. No one
Yeah,
will
no,
ever
we
be
out.
direct with how they feel. And it makes me sad because I don't know
We
how
out.
I'm ever supposed to feel fulfilled.
Why is
in
this
that
still going?
capacity. It's been resentful.
Holy
distant,
fuck,
friendly.
we out. Whoa. Fuck off. What? Oh, she's pulling her belly up so you can see it. Yeah, over it.
Got some good news. I'm a born again virgin.
Oh. You were always a
We
virgin.
shared a room in college. Shanice, Lucy, Deborah. No, it's just freshers.
Oh boy.
Okay, this is a very common gotcha in the post-separation co-parenting world where
What?
people try to act like dads are completely out of line for asking for 50-50 if their main job during the marriage was to earn the income and her main job during the marriage was physically caretaking the child. But newsflash, that division of labor only works when you're under the same roof, but divorce breaks that system. To make it more digestible why these changes happen and why they're fair, let's assume that the mother was actually the primary earner and the father was the primary caretaker, which absolutely happens in today's progressive age. During the marriage, it makes sense that you each have your own specialization, but once you split, you have to learn how to do both jobs. If that woman is the primary earner, her main motivation for working all day is to come home and see her family. If you're telling her that she has to continue earning all of the money just to only see her kids 4 days a month, you're expecting both her slavery and an absent mother. You don't get to say, well, we agreed that you would focus on money and I would focus on caregiving, and then turn around and say, well, you weren't doing the caregiving, so you don't deserve to be an equal parent, when she was doing her job as the parent that you agreed on. You don't just inherently deserve sole custody for doing your part of the parenting that you both agreed on when they were also doing fit of both.
I'm getting over this content. I need something
parent don't
more
continue
enjoyable
doing
than
that. But if the
fucking
woman
this.
agreed that she would do all
I
of
hate
the
these people.
You are
Yes,
one
this is
decision
better.
away
Let's do
from
this.
blowing up your account. Financial market trading is the most dangerous activity the human can do. It's like a ticking bomb if you don't know what you're doing, because you are responsible for your own
Is he
decision.
French?
When you're driving, you make a mistake, there's a chance that the other driver pull back because nobody wants to get in an accident. But trading, nobody stops you. Your broker doesn't call you, hey, don't make that trade. You are on your own. Amazingly, my trading started 12, 13 years ago. Hasn't changed much. I learned opening range breakout, and I just continue trading that. Right at the market open, you can find a direction in the first 5-10 minutes, and then you break out upside or downside.
What do you do to specifically find the range, and then when it triggers, how do you get in? Is it Fibonacci? Is it candlesticks?
So let me share an example of today. Every trade that you take, you have to be able to put a name on it. Each trader should have a couple of trade books. I have 2 trend trading, momentum trading, and 2 counter trend strategy. But they have a name. Opening range breakout, 920, fallen angel, rising devil. These are the names that only I understand. Every trade that you take, you should be able to put a name on it. If you took a trade and you don't know what is the name of that strategy, then you probably shouldn't be in that.
It's very common you see people that are trading for 5 years, and every year it's a new market, new strategy, new approach. And that saying of 10,000 hours to master something, maybe they spent 10,000 hours, but they spent 1,000 in different places, so they didn't master anything. How do you know when to keep pushing and keep giving something?
That's an interesting way to put it.
It's not going to work out. You should change.
But he's wrong.
They have research papers that shows that.
I'm cold and hungry.
Ladies and gents, welcome back to another episode. Andrew, thank you for being here. You are just about to get on a 16-hour flight back home, so we caught you in a nick of time. But what I want to explore with you, many things, but the first thing that stood out to me is, if I was to design a character, the perfect trader, I would think, give him a PhD, climb Mount Everest, be a top best-selling author, and you've done all of these accolades. But what surprised me, you still fell victim to human behavior, which is a large loss, $2 million. So despite everything seeing perfect on paper, you walked through a tough period. So if we can explore what happened at that time, And despite market experience, what emotions got the better of you to have this huge loss?
I had two big losses in my trading career. One of them was in 2022, was $2 million, which was another one. I had this April 2025 Liberation Day. That was also $2 million. But the first one was really worse because that was a big portion of my assets. And I fell into the trap of averaging down on a losing position that they say is the scene in trading that you should never add to your losing position. Something that I constantly tell people, teach people, but I did it because I just didn't want to accept a small loss. And that was the peak of my trading career. After pandemic, I made so much money. It was great volatility, and I was feeling I'm invincible. Like I figured this thing out. Nothing can beat me. This overconfidence, market always slap you in the face. Same thing happened in 2025, very similar. I just didn't want to accept that this volatility that comes with policy change would be that impactful. Eventually, I accepted the loss, but funny, was right at the bottom, I accepted the loss. Same in 2022, was right capitulation was at the bottom.
So interesting perspective I want to give is I spoke to a quant trader a few months ago. His name is Rishi, and he kind of shared an opposing perspective. So I want to hear your view on this. He mentioned that if you get into a trade, he didn't really believe in stop losses. He kept a mental stop loss. And he said, if you get into a trade and you're buying and then price goes lower toward your stop loss, now price is cheaper. And the reason you got into the trade hasn't changed, whether it's fundamental or technical, whatever bias you had, then if price is on a discount, shouldn't we add more? Is the thought he gave me, which is essentially what you were doing. So why did this turn into a catastrophe when it was on a discount and right after you were liquidated, it went in your direction anyway?
For my case was because I was using leverage product. Leverage changes every equation. I was using a product that was 30%, 3%, 3 times leverage. So if things drop 30%, which can easily, your product goes 90%. And if that thing goes back up 30%, your product goes back 90%, but from the beginning. So from $10 goes to $1, but when the SPY goes back to 30% from $1, this one goes to $1.90. So leverage destroys you. To some product, like for example, if I trade currency, or indexes, and I'm looking at the longer time zone, maybe that works. But when you're dealing with leverage, you got to be very careful. Or if you're dealing with something that has extreme volatility, you got to be really careful because the bounces might take way longer than you want to be stuck in that position.
Whenever I've had such a similar feeling and spoken to traders who've had that pivotal loss in their career, usually in my case as well, it was I went on tilt, and when I look back, it's like it's a flash, it's a blur. I don't really remember, but it was one day or one afternoon where I just ended up taking 15 trades, and I'm like, what have I done? But yours seems like it was across the space of weeks or months, where you had time to compose yourself and re-strategize and so forth. The reason I mention this is because when someone looks at you from the outside, it's like, okay, this is a polished career, it's a successful trader. Yet you still we all fall victim to the same human emotions. So I want to kind of feel it out. Even though you had time and the ability to figure it out, you still had to stomach a big loss. What was that 4-month period like?
I was degrading every single day because I trade live in chat room and YouTube, and people saying later, some of my friends told me that we could see you degrading every single day. Like you waking up and you see the numbers getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Then when you accepted that loss, it was just a relief. They could say that to me. For me, it started as a day trade. I'm mostly a day trader, and I just didn't want to accept the $10,000 loss. The next day was 40,000, 50,000 next week. I just didn't want it. Just the numbers got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I was high of the all-time high. Sometimes you get this recent bias that you think market has to go up every single day.
I can't watch the video if I'm not watching the video. Move, boy, move. I can't find my jerseys, man. Would you like this, bud? I love you. I can't find my jersey. Ah. It's done. It's all you're getting, honey. Oh, this is better. This one's warmer. Yeah, this one will be warmer. It's another fucking height. This is, but it's warmer. Alright. Watch the video.
That 4-month period like?
I was degrading every single day because I trade live in chat room and in YouTube, and people saying later, some of my friends told me that we could see you degrading every single day, like you waking up and you see the numbers getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then when you accepted that loss, it was just a relief. They could say that to me. For me, it started as a day trade. I'm mostly a day trader, and I just didn't want to accept the $10,000 loss. The next day it was 40,000, 50,000. Next week, I just didn't want it. Just the numbers got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I was high off the all-time high. You know, sometimes you get this recent bias that you think market has to go up every single day. And no, it's not. And sometimes 6 months can go down. That's exactly what happened.
I remember when I've been in those positions and then the market blesses you. It comes back to break even. And you were wishing, all I want is back to break even. When you get back to break even, like, but it could go up now. You keep it. Yeah. So the one thing that you asked me off camera just now was, how do I define the difference between gambling and trading? So I'm going to put that question back to you. How would you define the difference and your behavior in these times? Would you say you were still acting like a trader, or did you end up being a gambler in that situation?
I mean, my answer is exactly what you said before the camera. I think the gamblers don't have any positive expectancy. They're dealing in a completely random environment, and they cannot have a system or edge that over time they make money. Traders also, they're dealing in a random environment that they have no control over, but they try to build a system that they can have this positive expectancy. Like, for example, you mentioned casino and this roulette, there is black and red, and then you can do bet 50-50. But in reality, there are two also green slots, and those are casino edge. So you can win, but over long term, casino is always a statistically win. That's the edge that they have. So the traders have to build that system. And that system is different from person to person, from instrument that they're trading, from day traders to swing traders, from crypto traders to stock traders, future traders to currency. It's completely depends on people as well.
With that being said, a definition of just a trader is you have this positive expectancy, and the only way to get it is you keep placing trades that are part of the plan, because at the end of the year, that edge will appear, just like for the casino, where they might have a gambler come in, bet their life savings, and the gambler wins. So casino has a huge loss that day, but at the end of the year, they're still up. So when I compare it to this analogy of a casino, then I think, okay, we just got to think long term. But then, as you mentioned now, recency bias. that becomes challenging now because if I got to keep placing trades and I backtested and I've got an edge here, but it just takes 6 months for it to really pick up the pace. But then you have 4 losses in a row. You feel the recent losses more than your North Star, which is your edge. How do you navigate such emotions over the decade plus you've been in the market?
I think simulation is the most important part. If you trade in a simulation for 3 months, then you believe in your system. So if I press the live trade 4 times and lost, then it's really dreadful. I might not be able to continue. But if you do that 3 months or 6 months in simulation, and you know that it's going to come back, that system is tested, forward tested, not only back test, but you actually forward test your own execution as well, then it's much better. That's why after simulation, we always recommend, I'm sure everybody recommends, go a small size before you go to, all of your full position to build that trust in yourself and in the system that you practice.
What is the most common psychological issue you've seen in traders that you've been around?
You mentioned tilt. I think that's one of the things that people don't accept the loss and try to make it back and make it personal rather than think statistically. I think that's the most common. Another thing that I recently had a conversation with Dr. Brett Steenbarger, which is a very famous psychologist author. He said a lot of people blame their system over psychology. And when I looked at them, it said that a lot of people are struggling and then they say my psychology is not right. But when you look at their system is not right. So you have to make sure that you have the good system before start blaming yourself.
Do you think it's harder to fix a system or do you think it's harder to fix the mind, psychology?
I think fixing mind is harder. Like everybody knows that what a good diet is. Everybody knows that they should exercise, but not everybody does that because that discipline is, difficult.
Let's take a moment to talk about a partner of the show, a leading prop firm that is funded next. And it's important for me to listen to our community.
Ignition in that first 10, 15 minutes. And I just kept it that way.
Interesting. Yeah, so I trade currency and on this one, the opening range, usually let's say the Asia range, you would get a run, Frankfurt Open or even London Open, and then they'll go the other way. So you'd see consolidation, manipulation, and then usually expansion in the other direction. But yours is actually find the range, see the momentum, and go with that momentum in the same direction.
Yeah.
Because this is a very well-established setup, opening range breakout. What do you do to specifically find the range? And then when it triggers, how do you get in? Is it Fibonacci? Is it candlesticks? What is your execution criteria?
For me, it's candlesticks. We look at 5 minutes and 1 minute or 2 minutes. So one long, larger time frame and one smaller one. The larger
time frame is which one?
1 minute. The larger one is 5 minutes.
Okay, so not so large.
Not so large. Yeah. Okay. I know in currency you're really working on the longer time frame, but for me, because it's day trading stocks and it's way more regulated, the data is more centralized rather than currency. That might be a little bit different. So we look at the candlestick in the first 5 minutes, and then try to base on the smaller candles time frame, like 1 minute, you try to get the breakout. We do use an indicator that is called volume weighted average price, which is very important. Is for stocks, not for other instruments. VWAP, if it's above the VWAP, we go long. If it's below the VWAP, we do not go long. Maybe we go short, but we try and avoid that. And the stock market is very different from, like, for example, currency, because the liquidity of the market is also available and it's regulated and it's centralized. So we have some tools that look at the liquidity and see where the liquidity is. Crypto has it too. And that helps us also to take that scalp or trade and breakout. But again, it's different from market to market. We use that one as well.
This implies that you're not really holding a trade more than a few hours?
Rarely more than 10 minutes. Rarely. Wow. My trades are usually from 10, 20 seconds to few minutes. I'm a scalper.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, walk me through the more extreme side of you're holding a trade for 30 seconds or 1 minute. You got so many decisions to make of trade idea, trade execution, or trade idea, trade confirmation, trade execution, stop loss size, stop loss placement, position size, break even. Do you break even?
Absolutely, yeah.
You break even, then take profit. Do I scale out? Do I leave a runner?
You
got like
are
10
so
decisions to make in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Walk me through your, let's say, routine to approach this.
So let me share an example of today. I think February 2nd, I think today is like Robinhood was gapping down 6%. And the reason for that, we looked at the pre-market opens at 9:30 New York time. So we looked into the numbers and see, okay, crypto is crashing, market is weak. Robinhood represents this retail trading was gapping down. In the first 5 minutes, sold off another 3%. So the first candlestick was red. You see that. And then we saw, and moving average is also going toward the down because when something goes down. So there is the indicator we call them VWAP, volume weighted average price. So it was below that. And we took the trade to the short side and say, okay, Robinhood is going to sell off continue today because it's weak. So that was the first, kind of 5-minute candlestick. We took the trade short. Our stop loss is if it comes above the volume weighted average price or half of the candlestick that it was going down. If it comes above the half, we get out of it. Okay, what's our profit target? We look at the daily chart. We realize that, okay, there is another daily level down here, another few percent down. And then when it start going down, you start taking partials for the amount that you put the stop loss. For example, when you took the trade to the short at $100 and you put a stop loss at $2 above, so that's 102, then you start taking at 98, 96, 94, 10% or 20% of the position. And when you take the profit, comes back to your entry point, you get out at the break even. You do not get out of it. So if you go to the chart today, you see beautiful drop, and then there is a continuation that goes there. So you try to...
So also your take profit levels are in 10% increments of your position size.
It used to be 50% because the commission were really big in those times, but now I usually do 10% or 20%. Depends how much big of a move you get. Sometimes you don't get enough, sometimes you get a lot, and sometimes the levels are so clear that another trade that we took today, actually I did it live on YouTube, is AMD. AMD was so clear, the liquidity was so clear that, okay, I knew from 238 it's going to go to 250. So that's why I was more patient because the levels were there and the market was really strong. It comes with experience too as well.
Yes. The one thing I'm curious about here is if price hits your final target, the TP10, let's say, when you have your full scale out, then, okay, you have an overall accumulated risk reward of each one combined compared to your risk. But I would imagine a lot of the times also you only reach the first or second or third level. So then your average risk reward maybe is 1-to-1 or less. How do you manage, not per position, but overall risk reward per trade, where sometimes it could be only the first position at 10%, but the rest could be break even, or sometimes you get the full take profit?
For me, the average is 3-to-1. So, 10-to-1 is a really good trade, but you don't get it all the time. I did the exactly same study that you're mentioning, that sometimes you get one, sometimes you get a stopped out, but over time, and sometimes you get that 10-1. Yeah. But there are two important things. First of all, don't partial too early because you're messing up your risk to reward. So that's why the patience is very important. And sometimes you get the 10, sometimes the 5, sometimes 2, sometimes 1, and sometimes negative. My average is usually 3-to-1, which is an amazing ratio.
Sense, yes.
Yeah.
And because your entire strategy is just the opening volume, the opening momentum. Yeah. When I see traders that are very momentum based, they're obviously on the lower time frame, they're looking at market open. And one thing that I see them often do is they don't want to be involved when the market starts to retrace, even if it's a retracement and then continues going, because they want to catch the first impulse. Meaning to say they have some method of riding the stop loss up to break even and then break even in profits and trail it. Do you do anything like that? Or
yeah, I don't use the trailing. I know Forex traders very, very popular because, again, longer time frame. For us, you can. But again, because I'm only half an hour behind my trade maximum, I don't see the point. Sometimes I see I have some position left and I know it's going to go up, but I just stop it because I think it's not worth it. I like to go with a peace of mind. But trading stop losses is an amazing way.
I was thinking maybe because of the VWAP that you're using for your stop loss area, you could also use that as it trails the trade.
Absolutely. You can code that. We have our platforms allow that, you can put the stop loss at the VWAP moves with you. And a lot of our traders are doing it. It's just not my style.
Fair enough. When I think of trading styles, you have one extreme, which is, long-term position trading or swing trading. And then you're on the other extreme, which is hyper scalping, if I'm to put a term to it. Now, there's going to be pros and cons on both sides. The pros here you have is probably you have instant feedback. You don't have an idea and then you wait 2 weeks to find out if you're right and wrong. And in those 2 weeks, you can make all kinds of wrong decisions. So I think that's one benefit. But then the benefits of the swing trader would be I have time to make decisions. I can make a full strategy, write it down, compose myself, and execute on the plan. Here, it's you got to be fast. You got to be on autopilot. Is this just a muscle that you work on and you get the reps, or is this an art, or is this for certain personality types only?
It's a skill very similar to video games. Because it's so fast-paced environment, it's a pattern recognition. So your mind has to find the patterns in real time and execute them. Like in the video games, I'm sure a lot of your viewers that have played video games, you have to look at it and press right at the same time, otherwise you get shot in your head. The difference is you cannot reset if it's real money. So the short-term scalping is the game of pattern recognition in the fast-paced environments. But why are we doing it? Is because the potential return is higher than the swing trading. Like potentially, you can make 1% or 0.5% a day in your trade. But on a swing trading, that's on a stock market is very difficult. Maybe crypto possible, but the stock market doesn't have that much volatility. So the pros and cons is it's harder to execute, harder to recognize, and you need probably a more expensive data feed and platform. Because our data is not feed and then the data is not free. The Forex is free, but our real-time data from stocks exchanges, you got to pay for that. But the advantage would be that you can get 0.5% or 1% of your account per day on average.
Are you still using leverage in some ways?
Absolutely. I use leverage all the time. And we have research papers that shows that day trading works only if you use significantly is meaningful when you actually properly use leverage. If people Google my name and our research papers, day trading can provide meaningful, result. Not only, but when you actually use leverage, that's why options trading is option is leverage.
To be honest, it makes sense because the foundation has to be you have expectancy, you have an edge. Otherwise, it will just go the other way with leverage, as you were saying earlier. But I think the methodology here is if I can just put my money into the stock markets, into the index, and I can do 10% a year, then what's the point of having a strategy that does less than 10%? Exactly. I can just put it here and spend no time or effort. So then either you try and carve out more of an edge, you have more alpha, which is hard, or you have a reasonable edge and you add capital or you add leverage. So it's a mix of these three.
That's exactly what you said perfectly. Yeah, the leverage helps you. That's why options trading, option is a powerful leverage product. And, you get 10%. And if you do the same thing that I'm doing and get 15%, is it worth it? 20%? No. But when I use leverage, you get 60% instead of 10%. That's a very meaningful result.
So myself, I'm a scalper and I've spoken to a lot of scalpers, but I would hold a trade for an hour or two, not necessarily as short a time horizons as you. And there's one trader that I recently spoke to who is also like yourself, really in the lower time frames, really going for momentum. And last year he did $1 million in profit and payouts. So hats off to him. But through the conversation, as I started to get to know him, his strategy, what I realized was it was his first profitable year. So for 6 years he was making no money, and then he had a breakthrough because he mastered the prop firm game. And I could see the money box was ticked. He made a lot of money that year, but every other box was not ticked. Those other boxes were his sanity, it seemed, his peace of mind, his waking and sleeping hours, even his family life with trading became his life and his life became trading. And he even said sometimes he would place a trader with one eye open in bed, half asleep.
What was he trading?
He was trading a mix, to be honest, which also seems like the issue as well. When you can trade gold and commodities and indexes, then you're trading all hours of the day. At least for yourself, you have two market open. But if he's trading the US markets and the EU markets and crypto on the weekend, again, he made the money, but he it's not sustainable, is the point I'm trying to make here. So when someone finds the formula that is working for them, the natural thing to do is press. Let me squeeze the juice. Let me get everything out of it. But I think it makes sense in the beginning. Until then, you realize, okay, I've got to do this for long term. Let me take a step back and think of longevity. I'm sure you had that conversation with yourself too of what does longevity look like for me, despite me being down in the seconds time frames, down, I trade for 10 minutes. You're in an arena where it's intense, but I guess you found your balance with it. Explore this with me of longevity and balance.
One of this great point that you mentioned, you gotta be, money is good when you are actually healthy and, you have the sanity. What I love about US stock market, I'm Canadian, but I trade US stock market is because opens at a certain time and the volatility is usually up to certain times. And that's enough for me. Like right now, as you and I are recording this one, the market is open, US market. And I know there are things happening, but I just don't want to be in there. and it's enough for me. I made my money, and I don't even want to check it. My account is closed, and I know I might have missed some move, but tomorrow is another day, another volatility. The thing that I was never attracted to currency and crypto is that they're 24/7 open. And I just don't want to be checking on my phone because that stress and anxiety constantly is behind me. And that has been worked perfectly for me. My advice to my friends and anyone that's asked me is that find something and focus on that. If you want to trade Asia, just trade Asia. London, trade open London, and don't mess around too much because you can't continue doing that. It's not sustainable.
A saying that really resonates with me is that when someone's on the edge of profitability, and they think, okay, how can I become profitable? They think it's usually, I need more winning trades. And the saying goes that the profitability you seek is not in more winning trades, it's in eliminating unnecessary losses. Because at the end of the day, anybody can take a winning trade. The problem is they get a winning trade and then 5 losses in a row. So if you could reduce or eliminate these unnecessary losses, you have a profitable strategy. What have you done in your career to help eliminate invalid or unnecessary or emotional-based losses?
Every trade that you take, you have to be able to put a name on it. One of the things that we say is, we've got to build a trade book. Each trader should have a couple of trade books. I have 2 trend trading, momentum trading, and 2 counter trend strategy. These are strategy, but they have a name. Opening range breakout, 920, fallen angel, rising devil. These are the names that only I understand. Every trade that you take, you should be able to put a name on it. If you took a trade and you don't know what is the name of that trade or a strategy, then you probably shouldn't be in that. So that's very important. Like when you give the name to your trade or character, then you recognize it properly and you acknowledging it.
So I like this a lot because now you have setups, you have rules, you have boxes to tick. And if you have 10 boxes you need to tick and only 8 up ticked, it's still not a setup. It's close, but it's not a setup.
Exactly.
So this is wonderful. However, there's going to be a lot of situations where it was almost the falling angel setup. It just missed a few things. And your mind says, but I missed it 4 times now. So I could have made this amount of money that I didn't. So how do you navigate these almost setups, specifically when it comes to allowing your intuition? Now, okay, it's close enough to the setup, but I have the market experience. I can still do it. Would you still allow your discretionary or intuition to come into play, or is only the rules?
No, we do. And that's why we call it, for example, you can have A+ setup, A or B setup. Sometimes I feel that there is A check mark and I get a feeling that it's going to work, but it's a B setup. So I go a smaller share size. And if it goes better and gives me better indication, then I add into that. But sometimes the setup is so clear that it just shouts, take me. Then that's your A+ setup, then you go your normal size and add more if you want to be more aggressive. It's okay to bring some intuition in there, which I would call it experience, because our systems are discretionary, but position sizing is very important. Poker is like that. The people who play poker is very similar because you get a hand and you don't know what others have, but you got a feeling that you have. Then you bet slowly based on the strength of your hand, and as the more cards are coming, you have a better understanding of where you stand. There's still element of probability in there, but you control the risk that you have by your position.
For the last 2 years, a proud sponsor of the show is a top-ranked lead.
Like I like AMD, NVIDIA, and Tesla, but I really don't like, for example, trading Meta or Walmart or Home Depot. Or that. They just trade differently, and you get a feel of that. I think one of them is that there is less volatility over there, and more algos or more activity over there. A lot of retail traders, a lot of options activity are these ones, and then they have more volatile moves that are more based on the collective market decision rather than just random trades or algos that go in and out in there. Everybody trades Tesla and everybody trades Tesla options, and these moves and happens are easier to catch, at least based on my experience. Of course, there are days that they also become very difficult to trade, but when we found is that when they're gapping up or down of the ranges, they are more predictable, and I like that.
I want to spend a moment on risk. So you mentioned you will size down if you are not so confident in the trade. Do you size up when you are very confident in the trade? Yes.
Yes.
So this is an interesting debate to have, which is a lot of traders are also in the static risk. So it's always the same amount of risk because you don't know what's going to happen. And I guess the worst case scenario for you would be you had a high conviction and you risked high and it was a losing trade. And then this one, you had low conviction, you risked less and it was a winning trade. So now things are messed up. Things are messed up or unbalanced, not because of your win rate, but rather because of your risk elements. Is there an art to this or a bit of a strategy, or you just allow numbers to play over time?
It's mostly discretionary. And one of the things that me as an educator, I'm not doing a good job is how actually I, increase and decrease my position. Generally, when I'm having a good days, or, really good day, market is really volatile. And it seems to me that I'm getting the waves, I become more aggressive. But there are some days that, a couple of trades that I do, it doesn't work. And I say, okay, like for example, I think a few days ago, market was selling off and I was trying to go long. And it was obvious that I got it wrong. Today is not a day that you want to go long. In those cases, you have to reduce your share size. But generally, when another thing that helps traders work really well is.
So somehow, I don't know how this has happened, but the Ashes of Creation lawsuit has just actually gotten a lot more serious. Here we go. Let's watch it.
Because everyone is suing everyone. Maybe I'll even sue you, the viewer, just for the hell of it. 'Cause today, it's time to find out about what's up with Ashes Creation and how it imploded. Things have gotten much messier over the last few weeks. Intrepid, we're supposed to have a live stream on the 13th of February to showcase the future.
Oh yeah, whatever happened with that? I guess it didn't happen.
Of the game, but there was the slight problem that everyone working there was laid off with no pay or no severance. What people want is clarity on what happened. People have not gotten that, but what we have got is loads of lawsuits and a hell of a story for us to go through today. Staff are suing Intrepid, investors are planning suits against creative director and former CEO Stephen Sharif, and Sharif himself has delivered on his promise, because he's also brought legal action against the people he claims have stolen the company from him in a
Wow. So he's suing, holy shit.
Multi-year scam designed to end with them being on top. It's quite a lot. Now, these are freshly filed suits, and they only reflect the events and the opinions of each plaintiff, right? So it reflects what they want to put forward. You need to remember that everyone is going to make themselves look good, and the people that they're suing look awful. That's how these things go. So today, we're actually not discussing reality. We are discussing allegations. And boy, are there some damning allegations to discuss. Let's begin with the staff. And the good news is, this is the most clear-cut bit of legal action. As early as February 4th, laid-off developers were filing class action lawsuits arguing that Intrepid broke the WARN Act, issuing notices, and then immediately firing everyone.
Which seems like that was true.
Unpaid wages, severance, and the lost 60 days of notice, plus a ruling that the layoffs were illegal. The question then is who bears responsibility. And this is where everyone else's lawsuits come in. See,
it's nobody's fault, right?
Of course. The employee bit would really be the clear-cut one. Now we're going to get into murky waters. But I've actually got a quick update to your EDC first, thanks to Ridge, today's sponsor. Now, they've been my go-to wallet for years now. I use the wallet warranty that covers damaged, lost, and even stolen gear, which is kind of unheard of.
I've never felt the reasoning.
And on top of that, the big news is their anniversary sale is now live, up to 40% off everything, and they have new colorways, which are some of their best yet. There's iridescent forged Fetty and Ocean Light. And if you've been waiting for a reason to pull the trigger, this really is the time. Between the wallets, the power bank, the key case, everything they do Ridge is basically just my EDC at this point. You'll get up to 40% off with a 99-day money-back guarantee on February 9th, as spotted by Theory
I didn't know this at all.
Who's doing fantastic work surfacing all of this as it happens.
Holy shit.
TFE now owns Intrepid and the assets of Ashes of Creation, and they claim that Sharif has actively withheld documents, passwords, and more, breaching his fiduciary duty to the company and to the board. And this is apparently why staff haven't been paid and why the warrant obligations are not being met. because they quite literally can't get to the funds. And on top of that, Sharif allegedly did not warn the board about a $3.5 million credit claim on incoming Steam revenue. And
that's huge. So he didn't say that because there was, I'm assuming that there was a credit claim that they had from the bank that basically didn't do that.
Also alleges that between 10 and $20 million of the $130 million raised for Ashes of Creation are unexplained, unrecorded, quote, misappropriations. And then there are the loans.
10 to $20 million?
$362,000 to Sharif, 6.7 million to Murr, and 4.86 million in undocumented.
Wait, defendant Sharif made or caused to be made certain unauthorized transfers to himself totaling $4.8 million with no documentation or indication that such transfers, whether such transfers were a loan, salary, fee, reimbursements, shareholder distribution, or gift. The, quote, Sharif transfers.
Personal transfers to Sharif and $8.5 million to purchase a property that was then sold with the loan never being repaid.
What the fuck?
That's a lot of allegations.
Sold the property for $8.5 million and never repaid the company?
It seems there's a lot of money moving around with record keeping that doesn't adequately explain it. So, TFE are demanding repayment of outstanding loans, plus the documents they legally believe are theirs, going so far as to get a temporary restraining order that would compel turnover and prevent deletion.
Jesus.
Quite a lot. And much of this aligns with a viral video from YouTuber NephesQS, who was approached by investor Jason Karamanis. Now, Karamanis is not currently named in any of these lawsuits. He's just providing evidence and his account of events. Now, he claims that he introduced Stephen Sharif to Robert Dawson, a major backer, and helped secure the funding that led to Dawson contributing $80 million in total. Because, well, money follows money. If you're going to contribute a lot of money, it will certainly look good if others have done similar. But in a way, that's the boring numbers. What's more engaging is that this was an hour of sweary, very angry conversation, including calling Sharif and Moore, quote, insane pathological narcissists. So there is no love lost between...
Wait, let me read this. Stephen and his husband John stole money out of the company and paid a certain amount of money a year salaries each, plus paid for their San Diego house when they purchased with investors' money after John took out the deposit on San Diego home. All I can say about Stephen and John is that they both had insane pathological narcissists that convinced people that they were fucking ballers with mega millions in the bank when he had not put one penny into the company. So all this shit about him putting all the money into the company is 1,000% false and a lie. Oh my God.
Sharif and Moore, quote, insane pathological narcissists. So there is no love lost between Karamanis and Sharif. However, allegedly, there are millions of dollars lost. This is stuff lost to him based on personal investments, while he's claiming that Sharif never invested a cent of his own money. Karamanis claims that Sharif and Moore paid themselves $500,000 a year and alleges that Sharif's warning to Commerce West Bank was to protect a loan on their home by ensuring that the Steam revenue couldn't be used for staff payroll. So that would be the credit stuff in the Steam revenue. If true, that's quite wild, isn't it? Now, he claims to know this because he says he's got data, and Karamanis shared financial documentation and personal text.
The next $1 billion game? What is he saying? The next $1 billion game I'm announcing tonight? Oh my God, you get an early sneak peek.
Text with NephesQS showing a total debt for Intrepid somewhere between $100 and $140 million. Now, the texts mostly show two businessmen trying to convince each other to invest or to pay back loans, with Karamanis becoming increasingly hostile as it begins to become clear that he's not getting his returns.
Yeah, you can see very clearly, well, I guess, okay, that's all on one day.
But there is one person who we haven't heard from yet in this story.
This is the guy who put in $80 million.
Stephen. When we last left this story, it was with a promise from Stephen Sharif. He intended to
explain
file
more.
legal action and
Exactly.
hoped that that would give everyone, quote, a better understanding of what happened. And as of Valentine's Day, he's filed as well. Now, Sharif is suing Intrepid and their current board, led by Robert Dawson, plus Dawson's company, TFE Games Holding, which now controls Ashes of Creation. He's suing to stop them from selling the IP and the assets, to undo the foreclosure that transferred ownership, and to remove the board entirely. And here's his account of how things got to this point. It begins, of course, with the 2017 Kickstarter, and we learned that Intrepid was running on debt from day one. That basically means investor loans that would convert to equity or would have to be repaid. Now, Sharif
I feel like that also could it could make it seem like that if there's like a lawsuit for the other investors and he's misleading people, telling them that he invested into it himself, and if that's actually not true, like I feel like that's kind of a really big deal. That's a huge
but
big
he
deal.
was not a shareholder, and Moore sat on the board. Now, by 2020, they secured a $6 million loan with Commerce West Bank, with Moore guaranteeing that loan and the company's IP being used as collateral. Now, in 2021, Sharif is introduced to Dawson, who then spends the next 4 years putting money into Intrepid. But in 2023, Sharif alleges that Dawson talked him out of selling the game for millions to a major developer, allegedly
Why would they do
Riot
that?
Games. That's
Riot
according
was
to
gonna buy
Paramount.
it?
Now that shifted things, and
Wait a
as
minute.
this
So
account
Riot
of things
was gonna buy Ashes of Creation. That's fucking insane.
goes, Dawson then realized how valuable this game could be, but also that he wouldn't be able to, quote, turn as quick a profit as he had hoped. And from there, Dawson allegedly began pushing for more shares. And the alleged examples are rather striking, demanding a warrant granting 10% of the company for $10, or zero-cost equity options on his debt.
Yeah,
Those
makes
are,
sense.
to put it mildly, fairly bold asks. Now, why would Sharif and the board agree to this? Well, the claim here is that Dawson threatened them, that he threatened to cut off payroll, to sue the company, and to financially ruin Sharif, or even to physically harm him. And Sharif claims that this took a serious personal toll. And I read a quote, an extreme health crisis, including a hypertensive emergency and acute kidney failure, hospitalization, and vision loss from blood pressure complications, including muscular edema. That is quite horrible. So you can see as we go through Sharif's filing here that it's really quite rough sounding.
This is insane.
Here's where it gets interesting, because in May of 2024, it seems that something happened. But here, the filing is redacted. But it seems what happens is that Dawson ends up in control. He ends up being
This is one hell of a rabbit hole. It sure is.
largest shareholder, largest debtor, and the person running the finances and the board. He then forces Moore off, appoints a new CFO, and requires Moore to transfer his shares to Sharif. Now, Sharif retains creative control, but the threats then continue. Dawson and his deputies, quote, frequently threatened to harm Stephen and his loved ones physically if Stephen did not comply with his demands.
Wait, what?
And most importantly,
so this guy was threatening to beat the shit out of Stephen?
Dawson secured all of his debt against the assets of Intrepid. But the story's not over, it keeps on going. By September 2024, he's chair of the board, he's directing his CFO to open new bank accounts, and by August of 2025, he has appointed the rest of the board, and Stephen Sharif claims that he is instructed not to publicize this. So not to publicize anything about the board. Now,
That is... What the fuck, man?
September, the board then decides to launch on Steam, and the CFO tells Commerce West Bank that the income from this Steam release will cover their outstanding balance.
But I thought it was like millions of dollars.
Sharif's central claim here is that all of this was deliberate, that Dawson was engineering a default so that TFE, his company, could seize the assets that he had just secured his debts against. And here's how that plays out. Valve refused to use the new Dawson-controlled accounts for payouts. Then January has things speed up, where on the 7th, Dawson then moves the beneficiary of all of his debts to TFE, the other company. On the 14th, he tells investors he has a plan to fix the debts, to foreclose on Intrepid, and to secure enough capital to release Ashes of Creation September 2026.
September? Yeah, fucking right. Oh my god, there's no way that would have happened. So basically, this guy took a bunch of investment from this person, and then he got browbeat into giving this person more power, and then this person made them put the game on Steam because they thought that it would speedrun them being able to basically recover their assets and their money back. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like, again, all of this is, I mean, this is what Steven's saying, right? So who knows?
Is likely the original plan to lay off most of the staff and then to continue development that we discussed in our previous coverage of this story. Now, Sharif then supposedly spoils this, where on the 15th, he tells Commerce West Bank what's up, and they issue a default statement on their loan. Dawson then follows through on the 16th. Intrepid defaults, and all the assets go to TFE via a, quote, private sale with no notice to other creditors. Sharif then resigns following multiple attempts to stop all of this, and he claims
It's
there was
crazy that happened in January. I feel like that happened like 2 weeks ago. Shit just happens so fast now. Like, I feel like all the time there's like news, like crazy things that are happening constantly, like every day nowadays.
Board meeting on the 30th that had witnesses suggesting a plan to make him the fall guy, and this plan was already in the works because the CFO had filed false documents with the California registry, and those are the documents that we showed you in our last video. Now, The warn notice is then filed on the 31st. Staff are all axed on the 2nd. Sharif alleges that this was because the $5 million that Valve were meant to send for early access sales was in fact intercepted by Commerce West Bank because Dawson did not control those finances. Valve then suspended trading with Intrepid
Can you imagine them having Steam having to deal with this shit? Oh my god.
Third, and TFE
Can you
are
imagine like, them
allegedly
trying to like
offering
steal the
former
money from
employees
each other?
money to get access to the game, and that they're doing
Steam
that.
makes way more sense. I mean, I don't know. Like again, this is one of those things where it's like, I bet everybody probably engaged in an element of bad faith behavior. Who engaged in more bad faith behavior? Who really is the worst bad actor? That's up for the courts to decide whether fraud was committed or anything else. Like that's out of my pay grade. I have no idea.
Whilst they're trying to line up buyers for it. As for Stephen Sharif's defense, well, he denies all the accusations of misleading investors, of misappropriating funds, the whole lot. Of course, TFE and at least one of his other investors disagree with that. And thus far, in this video, we have seen the core arguments from the core parties. You have to remember, this is people's charitable accounts of themselves and uncharitable accounts of all the other people in the situation, because everyone is ultimately trying to win their lawsuit. And that means you should treat these as narratives that people are putting out there, and we just have not went through the full legal process to untangle what is actually happening here. And of course, the hope is that that legal process would actually be useful. And that would be because of things like the discovery process, where documentation is...
I mean, if they go through the text messages and the communications, like, this is over. Like, they're going to immediately figure it out. And I think that it could be a case where, like, really, it's a case where, like, there are no winners, right? There's just, like, who loses more.
Legally required.
It's a good chance
to be handed over. Now, with that said, let me boil this all down into the core stuff to remember about what's going on with this game. The common thread here is kind of simple. It's that Intrepid was a company that just kept wheeling and dealing to keep its lights on right up to the very end. And from the framing of Karmanis and Dawson, they are heroes who try to salvage the game from, quote, insane pathological narcissists who would have never released anything and I suppose would have kept flipping off funds from the game into houses and lifestyle and all that. From Stephen Sharif's perspective, he is the victim of an abusive group of investors who schemed for years to benefit themselves at the expense of the developers, the players, and of course, himself.
Yeah, I thought about messaging Steven and being like, bro, like, I'm sorry to see what happened with the game, but like, honestly, this stuff is just like, it's just been like so complex, I just like assumed he wouldn't even reply. I was gonna be like, sorry to see what happened with the game. You know, I think that we were all pretty excited for it. But yeah, I mean, that's it. These types of shareholder derivative cases usually take 3 to 5 years. Oh, God. Well, hey, at least it's gonna take less time than the game would take to come out, right?
Right. Who's wrong? We cannot say right now. Do expect that almost everyone will come off worse than their own account of themselves. That's how these things tend to go. But basically, the court battles to decide who's right and who's wrong are only just beginning. There will be more updates on this channel as it develops. And if the complete wasted potential of this really gets you activated, well, check out this video next about Blue Point, about PlayStation.
Oh, it was so sad to see that.
Some potential has been squandered.
It's awful. Let me link you guys this video. This is a good video. I didn't know anything about these new lawsuits. I had no idea about this. This is the first time I'm looking at it or seeing it or anything. And I'm not that surprised, but at the same time, it's quite disappointing, isn't it? It's very disappointing. I hope Nart comes back. He has no content now. Yeah, I guess not, right?
to the Trump administration's aggressive approach to immigration enforcement and the case of a U.S. citizen who was caught in the middle. Andrea Velez says she was wrongfully arrested this past summer in downtown Los Angeles, swept up in an immigration raid on her way to work. Velez says she froze, was knocked to the ground by an ICE officer, and despite declaring her citizenship, was detained and led to a car. Fearing she was being kidnapped, she ran toward nearby LAPD officers when ICE agents caught her and carried her back. She spent 2 nights in jail before facing a felony charge for obstructing an officer, a charge the Justice Department dropped 2 weeks later. I spoke earlier with Andrea Velez and her attorney, Luis Carrillo. Thank you both for being with us. Andrea, we'll start with you. Take us back to that morning. Your mother...
Chase. They never identified themselves as ICE agents and signed me to the floor, to the ground. He started proceeding to say that I was interfering and that he was going to arrest me. I asked him for his batch number and his identification, and also if he had a warrant, and he said that I didn't need to know any of that because when he and her, so that's why I started. And direction, and I used my bag as a form of protection to shield myself. Then I remember that he just got and pushed me and slammed me to the floor, to the ground. He started proceeding to say that I was interfering and that he was going to arrest me. I asked him for his batch number and his identification, and also if he had a warrant, and he said that I didn't need to know any of that because all I had to look was at his vests. They were all wearing civilian clothing, sneakers. I'm home and my belongings, the ICJ pack, and I remember there was a phone. I remember there was how I faced the front. Out of nowhere, I noticed that one of the ICE agents was coming, and he said, "I back to LAPD." Thinking that they could help me. And I knew that if that they were there, that they were gonna protect me because they have uniforms on. And one of them said it's okay, and he just told me to put my hands behind my back and to face the front. Out of nowhere, I noticed that one of the ICE agents was coming, and he said, "She's mine." And then they let them take me, and that's when I felt I felt um like I say put me down, and then yeah, yes, correct.
When you told that ICE agent that you were a U.S. citizen, what was the response?
It didn't seem like they cared. I even at one point in the car, I they were talking about how many bodies they got that day. They then one the driver he proceeded to say that I was an alleged U.S. citizen, so he he didn't never bother checking my identification.
To a lawsuit against the we have filed a claim, which is the precursor to a lawsuit against the federal government because they had no basis to arrest her at all. And so, what we have seen, we represent 9 U.S. citizens who were manhandled, beaten, thrown to the ground, and the ICE agents or Border Patrol agents never acknowledged their pleas to when they were saying I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S. citizen.
What does justice look like for Ms. Velez and the other people you represent?
Justice looks for us, we're making a monetary claim, but the ideal is that they stop ICE and Border Patrol. They stop doing this damage to our people, but they're rounding up everybody that has a brown skin in California, and it's happening in other places. We want that to stop.
Ms. Velez, how long were you held and what were the conditions like in the detention center?
I was there on Tuesday evening towards Thursday morning. I remember there wasn't a bed for me. The ladies that were in there were nice enough to grab me a bed. They told me that if I wanted to drink water, I had to grab a cup, but the cup I had to pay for. And because I didn't have money on my commissary account, I couldn't get water. One of the nice people there let me borrow their cup for like just to drink, and then later that day, this lady she was getting out that day, and she was nice enough to give me her cup and her spork, so I could eat that day. So they had given rice and chicken in the like dinner, so I was able.
Oh.
The most dangerous man you will ever meet is the one who healed alone.
One of the more popular videos on my channel was...
Ooh, where's that? I know who that is.
One of the more popular videos on my channel was making a full-time income with a 50k, single 50k funded account. I thought I'd make this video now to show you again the power of a single funded account, because this past week I've done just over 20k on one single Take Profit Trader funded account. This is a 150k funded account and not copy traded or anything like that, but just a single account. If I think back to when I first started trading, one of the main questions you have and one of the main aspirations you have is doing this full-time or trading for a living. And it's crazy to think that my full-time salary, I was last employed in a regular job almost 3 years ago now. My full-time salary paid me about $5,000 a month after tax, and that's, you know, working 40 plus hours, almost 60 hours a week most of the time. Whereas now, although I don't primarily trade props anymore, mainly trade my own money, since having a swing at these prop firm accounts, it's crazy to see the difference in what's possible and the potential you can have with trading, clearing, you know, 4 times my monthly salary in a single week, trading for the most part, maybe 1 hour per day max. And with these Take Profit Trader accounts, what I've been doing, although I'm allowed to take daily payouts and can just take my money out at the end of every day, which was an approach I was doing initially, what I've been doing now is just letting that profit build and then take that payout at the end of the week. So right now, I'm not going to take the full 15k out here, but I am going to take out enough so that after the profit split, it's going to end up being 10 grand in the bank. So if I take out 12,500 after profit split, that'll end with 10k in the bank after they take their 20% profit split, because this is not my live funded account. This is one of my sim funded accounts, as you can trade both live and sim at the same time with Take Profit Trader. And then it leaves a little bit of a buffer in the account to add on top of the $4,500 buffer, and leave some extra on top that I will use to try and push that profit more next week going into the week. You can do a lot of damage and take a lot of money out of the market with just one funded account. So when you do get funded, take care of that funded account, because that single funded account could be the account that allows you to make a full-time income from trading. I've almost been using Take Profit Trader for 1 year now, so I thought I would share also some tips on getting payouts with Take Profit Trader based on my experience with them so far. So their payout rules are pretty simple. We use a 150k account as an example here. That's the account size I used for this week just past. But basically, to get a payout, you have to reach the buffer zone, which is just make the same amount equal to your max drawdown. So
okay, let's put me under arrest.
I'm not arresting you now.
Hey.
Ooh, okay, now you're getting arrested.
Now you're under arrest.
Let's do this. Okay.
You're under arrest for battery of police officer.
Okay, can I put this in front because I have a back issue?
No.
I have a back issue.
You are under. Stop resisting.
I have a back issue. Okay. It's a brain disease. I can't.
Stop.
I can't.
Fucking, I want to break something on here.
I have a back issue. Relax. I'm on muscle relaxers. I have a lidocaine.
Can you close? Relax, Miss Boy.
Back issue. Okay. Just relax, and then we'll get it all taken care of. Okay. I don't want to be.
You're not being.
We're all recorded. Okay.
That's just me right here.
Please stop. Please, I will do anything. I'll just go home. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please stop.
I think they're so smart, but no man has ever really been able to explain to me why we can't just print more money. Like, it seems pretty easy to me.
But when a stranger looks at me and goes, "Hey, ma'am, I'm gonna do this," I'm gonna go, I'm not a ma'am, I'm not a lady, I'm not a girl.
Let's get all the women and children to safety first, okay? Women and children only, please. Not you. I thought you said you're non-binary, right? That means you're not a woman. Oh, so now you're a woman. Well, what happened when I called you ma'am and you were pretending I wasn't talking to you? Oh, okay. So as soon as the danger alarms are going off, now all of a sudden objective truth matters. Yeah, okay, well, today's your lucky day. I'm going to be affirming your identity right now, okay? So you get to stay behind, okay? But don't worry, all right? We have 83 genders before I call non-binary, so, you know, eventually you'll get out of here. But don't get mad at me. I didn't make the rules.
She should be excited. She gets to experience some of that male privilege we apparently have.
What is a woman? Don't think about it biologically or gender dysphorically. It's all about mathematics. We know that to be with a woman, you need time and money. So woman equals time times money.
I've seen this before.
Time is money. Time equals money. That means that a woman is equal to money times money, which is
money squared.
M squared. We also know that money is the root of all problems. So money equals the root of problems. And since money is equal to the roots of all problems, we can insert it right here. That means square root and square cancel each other out. So we cancel them out. Woman equals problems.
Yeah, that's gangster.
That's all it is.
That is gangster.
Certified to socially justified. Height versus weight requirements. She can publicly demand 6'2" minimum like she's ordering a custom build, but mention you prefer fit women and suddenly you're fat phobic. S tier. Drunk texting. She drunk texts and it's cute and honest, but if you drunk text, it's embarrassing and desperate. C tier. Having a type. She only dates finance bros that make 6 figures a month, and that's knowing what she wants. But he prefers blondes and suddenly he's objectifying women. A tier. Body shaming. She can joke about dad bods, small packages, and bald spots on a podcast, and everybody laughs, but he mentions her weight once and his name is trending. B tier. Men are trash versus women are trash. Men are trash gets you likes, retweets, and a comedy special. Women are trash gets you fired, banned, and a call from HR before you even finish the sentence. S tier. Age gaps. She dates younger and she's a cougar living her best life. He dates younger with the same age gap and he's a creep. A tier. Trying to get out of a ticket. She tears up and probably ends up with a warning, but he tears up and the cop asks if he's been drinking. D tier. Hitting your partner. You block her hand and suddenly you're the aggressor in everyone's phone video that started 3 seconds too late. Hands should be kept to yourself regardless of gender, but typically only one gender gets held to that standard. C tier. Manipulative testing. Setting up fake scenarios, having friends flirt with you, and manufacturing jealousy. This is called...
go away.
With the 150k account, that's making $4,500, right? So as soon as you make $4,500 in your funded account, every dollar above that $4,500 is eligible for a payout. So if you make, say, if you make $1,000 above $4,500, you take it 1,000, but 800 will go to you, 200 to Take Profit Trader. That's in the sim funded stage, or what they call the pro account. Once you move to live Pro Plus, that then drops down to 90/10. So you move to a live funded account with Take Profit Trader either after you've had a single $10,000 day, which is how I got my first live account. It's by having a day that was, I think I made 11 grand in one trade. They also have a discretionary process moving traders to live as well, but that will vary based on the trader. But for the most part, you're going to be in the sim funded, so 80-20 split is what you have. But every dollar you make over $4,500 is eligible for payout, and you can take payouts daily as long as you are above that buffer zone. So that's for the 150k account. For the 50k account, it's 2 grand, and I'm not familiar with the 100k accounts because I don't trade 100k accounts ever. They're some of the worst value accounts in all prop firms. So 2 grand for the 50k, 4,500 for the 150k. Now, tips for actually getting a payout with Take Profit Trader. This applies to most prop firms, but here's what I've found most helpful. Number 1, scalp for consistent base hits until your buffer zone, that 4,500, is reached. That way you beat the intraday trailing drawdown, because Take Profit Trader in the funded stage, once you get to funded, has intraday trailing drawdown. Now, it's not a huge deal. I actually haven't had an issue beating intraday trailing drawdown. Back when I used to trade with Top Step, that used to be the big boogeyman is, oh, intraday trailing drawdown. You know, it's impossible to beat intraday trailing drawdown. It's actually so easy, right? It's not been an issue for me at all since switching over to Apex and Take Profit Trader. All you have to do is take base hits, 1-to-1 trades. Don't try and be a hero. It's see profit, take profit, or not even that. Set logical targets. Don't try and hit massive home runs. Hit logical, high probability trades, 1-to-1, and do that over and over again until you beat the buffer zone, Once you've beat that buffer zone, it's game on for whatever you like to trade. If you want to hold a runner, if you want to go for bigger home run trades, you can. But in the initial stages, don't try anything more than just hitting those base hits. It's going to take some time, and it will take you know a couple weeks to beat the intraday trailing drawdown. If you want to stay funded and get your payout, this is the best approach to take, in my opinion. And for me, what that looks like is 1-to-1 trades. Small trades on the ES, I'm looking at 5 to 10 points. I'm taking those trades and I'm locking out. And I do that over and over again, day after day, until that intraday trailing drawdown is beat by hitting the threshold number of $4,500. Second tip is to have a hard set walk away number for when you stop trading for the day. A general rule of thumb that I say for this, for most people, this is going to stop you burning your accounts, your funded accounts, even your evals, is only risk 10% of your max drawdown per day. So say if you have $4,500 drawdown to work with, split that into 10, that's $450, and risk only that per day. That way you'd have to lose 10 days in a row before you blow the account. And it's pretty hard to lose 10 days in a row if you're following your system and sizing your trades correctly. No matter what system you trade, obviously volume profile is best. I'm very biased about that. But whatever you trade, it's going to be hard to lose 10 days in a row if you're following your rules. So that's a general good rule of thumb. Stops you from burning through accounts. They can get pretty expensive, but whatever you use, I normally go between 10 and at the most 20% of my max drawdown risked per day before calling it a day. I never am full porting in a single day. Ideally, you want to avoid that because yes, you can get lucky sometimes, but it's not conducive to getting consistent payouts. And the third point here, I didn't finish typing out, but I'll tell you what I was going to say is once that buffer zone is reached, so say $4,500, then start to utilize runners. So, you're taking your base hits, your 1-to-1 trades, you've reached your buffer zone, but now that you've reached the buffer zone, you've stopped the intraday trailing drawdown. So now you can hold trades that go for a longer period of time and go up and down without eating into your drawdown. Now utilize runner contracts. So say, for example, I trade an average sensible size trade for me will be 6 contracts. What I will do in a trade is I'll take off 1-to-1 at 1-to-1 or at my initial take profit target. I'll take off 4 contracts, move my stop to break even, and then allow 2 more contracts to run and capture the rest of a move. With my trading strategy, I end up catching quite a few moves that deliver a lot more than what I was targeting this way, allowing me to maximize my gains and take bigger payouts. So once you beat that buffer zone and beat the intraday trailing drawdown, maximize your profits by utilizing runners. Because you don't have intraday trailing drawdown, it's not going to hurt your account. So obviously not financial advice, but that's what I've found to work out very well. Now lastly, remember that these funded accounts are not savings accounts, right? So I could very easily have, left the full account balance at 20 grand and keep trying to build up to a larger and larger account size. There's no point doing that, guys. Think about this at the end of the day. That money is not real until it hits your bank account. As long as it's with the prop firm, you're liable to burn it and blow it up. Make a habit of withdrawing regularly once you're at that stage, even if it's only $1,000 a week, whatever it is. Withdraw that money and make sure you make the trading efforts you're putting in real by materializing that and making it hit the bank account. It's not real until it hits your bank account and you pay taxes on it. Then it's real. Because remember, at the end of the day, we're not trying to build that nice, smooth, long-term equity curve with a prop firm. We're trying to make money and pay ourselves for our trading efforts and capitalize on this opportunity. And think about it, at the end of the day, on a 150K take profit trader account, for example, you spend maybe $200 to get into that account. So you've spent $200. If you've made $1,000 and you can withdraw $1,000 at the end of the week, your ROI just 5x your money. Or in my case, pulling out 10 grand in a week. I don't know what the math is off the top of my head on that, but it's a lot more than 5x on that money. So make that money real. Remember, you're not trying to build a professional prop record, a trading record with the prop accounts. Make money and take money. Pay yourself regularly. Now, other things I do to personally maximize payouts, this isn't something I'd necessarily recommend for most, but this is what I do personally to make sure I'm getting the most out of my prop accounts. I like to risk a portion of new profits if another A+ setup occurs to maximize gains. So on a couple of the days this week, say I'm risking that 15% of my max drawdown, and then I hit a winning trade and say I make $3,000. Then what I do next is if I see a nice A setup for me, a nice volume profile trade setup form that has multiple confluences and I'm very confident in the context of that trade, I will say to myself, right, I've made $3,000 today. I would be happy to lock in $1,000 of that profit, but then risk $2,000 of that profit. So I've locked in of that $1,000 into my account, but I'll risk $2,000 on top to try and hit for an even bigger trade on on this next opportunity that's lined up perfectly. Having a good trading day, conditions are nice, we're getting nice reactions
This
from the volume
guy
profile levels, so I'm gonna double down here. So
is
I'll
a
happily
fucking
risk
troll.
$2,000 on an A ranked setup to potentially make or double my gains or triple my gains by risking house money or just risking some more of the green that I've made on that day. Because at the end of the day, if I lose that next trade and lose that $2,000, I've already made peace with the fact that, okay, I've already at least locked in $1,000 green for the day, which is generally my minimum target is 1K per day. So I do that fairly regularly, especially when a really nice setup shows up. I'm not doing that off the bat on, low rank setups with only a few confluences. Only when a really nice setup shows itself, I will double, triple down, risk some of the green that I've made already on the day and go in with that. As long as I've made peace with the fact that, hey, as soon as I take this trade, I should basically say goodbye to that money mentally. Be okay with the fact if it loses, I'm still up $1,000 on the day, for example. So that's one thing I do. Next, we already talked about this, but once that buffer is passed, utilize runners to capture bigger moves. Self-explanatory, we talked about that already. And lastly, is I add contracts to winners at logical levels, but never to losers. So if I have a trade that's in profit and it pulls back to a logical level, in my case, a high volume node or a value level of the volume profile, and I'm still confident in that trade continuing in the direction that I'm trading in, it's well into profit, I'll happily add one or two more contracts to a winning trade without really increasing my risk too much, but then maximizing further moves if I'm on trend with that trade. But then conversely, if a trade is going against me, it's well past my entry, I'm in the red and it's sitting there hovering around in the red, never ever do I make a habit of adding to a loser, because most of the time, if it's hovering around in the red and it's getting close to your stop loss, you're probably wrong, and just most of the times you should just let that stop you out. So adding to winners, not to losers, and scaling in confidently to trades is another thing I do to maximize gains and have big weeks like this. And all you need is one account. You don't need to go crazy. One account, follow your rules, and trade confidently. It's amazing what you can do with these prop firm opportunities. So I hope you found that inspiring. That was using Take Profit Traders 150k account. They are my favorite firm at the moment. I'm having a really good time with Take Profit Trader. So if you want to try them, I am partnered with them. So code CAMCAP, CAMCAP, will get you a 40% discount and waive your activation fee. Low cost of getting funded. Once that discount and lifetime activation fee is waived. So give that a go if you're interested, guys. If you're interested in seeing the way I personally trade, I trade using volume profile. You can check out my free playlist here on YouTube to get an idea of how I trade. And I've also just opened up to the public our school community where you can learn A to Z how to trade volume profile and be involved in the community and get a bunch of good value in there. And that link is in the description below as well. Otherwise, I will be back to streaming live again this week when I get back to New Zealand. So take care and I'll see you guys then.
Booga booga. What are we doing? I can see you talking, but I can't hear anything. I'm alive!
You were untouchable out there.
I might have you
I'm
guys muted.
impressed.
I'll have to check in a minute.
I suggest you purchase armor. Oh mon Dieu. More Zeds on the way. Start to wrap things up, as they say.
The alcohol on that side. Audio.
Last chance. I have to power down the pod. Break time's over. Get back to work. More Zeds inbound.
He's the one that invited me into the game. He sent me a message on Steam saying come join me.
Good start. Now finish the job. Allez.
Oh, my colors are so weirdly saturated.
That was the last one. Get to the indicated pod for resupply.
What was he doing that was weird and funky?
I like it when everyone makes it out alive. You like being chewed into pieces? Buy armor. We're almost out of time. Make your choices. I'm about to shut the pod. Keep the area secure. Area mostly secure. A very solid performance. Sans ça, you were quite the team player back there.
Easy money. Easy money.
Have you checked your ammo? Didn't think so.
Easy money and try not to die. Easy money. Easy money.
Zeds are getting closer. Pod's closed. Go make a difference.
Ow. Scary bitch. Oh, ow. That's the long way down.
Boom. Come see me. The pod's safely open. Nicely done. I'm impressed by your survival instinct out there.
Alright.
Unless you hate living, get some armor.
What's this money?
Bring up the trading controls and upgrade your gear. More Zeds on the scope. Back to it, mes amis.
Cliffhounds on the book. You're out down there, buddy?
That was the last one. Get to the indicated pod for resupply.
Okay, let's not jump there.
Hey there, Mr. Moneybags. Don't forget to invest that cash. You like being chewed into pieces? Buy armor.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks.
Last chance. I have to power down the pod. Maintain the area's security. A solid start, but many Zeds remain. Fantastic work. Area remains unbreached. I'm impressed. Your work was flawless. Slick work. System says you are the best team player. Final choices, people. Enemies on the scope.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks. Sure, whatever.
Time's almost up. Vite!
Thanks.
Protect the area. A decent beginning. Let's call that your warm-up.
Oh man.
Thanks.
Good work. Area relatively secure. I saw the way you took down that flesh pound. It didn't stand a chance. Magnifique. Buy some armor. I need you alive and in one piece. Last chance. I have to power down the pod.
Thanks.
Break time's over. Get back to work. More Zeds inbound.
Fucking cheeky piece of shit. Defeat.
Dispatch out. Nice work. We can reopen the trader pod soon.
Man, this shocker shotgun is disgusting.
Boom. Come see me. The pod's safely open. Nicely done.
Disgusting.
You're a real survivor. Good for you. There's Zeds on the scope. Must close the pod very soon.
I learned that word from your mom.
Time's almost up. Vite!
That's her pet name for me.
Maintain the area's security.
She has this other word like showering or something. I don't know.
You've dented their numbers, but there are plenty left.
Someone catch me up!
Strike, sharpshooter. Easy strike for you. Sharpshooter. On the support. Easy stroke.
Area mostly secure. A very solid performance. You earned the most money. I guess drinks are on you tonight. Unless you hate living, get some armor.
There's a up top ammo box. On the support. Free ammo box.
I'm about to shut the pod. Pod's closed. Go make a difference.
If you want someone dismembered properly, do it yourself. Did you squander all your money on their guns? The life insurance would have been more useful. Hide and seek? I love this game. You're driving me ballistic. Oh, I'm surprised you made it this long. You can't outrun this. It can't end like this.
Run.
What do you think you're doing?
Nearly one cycle them.
Did you squander all your money on their guns? Life insurance. Look at you, running around like insects.
What?
Stop that. They just want to play.
Uh-oh.
And that's the cost of
what?
What? No, this will not happen. This isn't fair. Did you squander all your money on their gun? The life insurance would have been... You can't run forever. Don't hurt the children. You failed.
Finish him for me, Ford. You can do it, bro.
This can't happen. My children, show me how much you love me. I didn't know Horzine had an armed rabble mission. Prepare to die! I still smell you close by.
He's coming for you, Firebug. Oh, it's not looking good.
Did you squander all your money on there who can't run forever?
He's stuck in the hole. He's coming.
I still smell you close by. Oh, if this is a boardroom, oh, look at you, running around like insects. Look at all this death. Stay right there. I'll make this quick. I'm having less fun now.
Oh, you get melted.
No, this will not happen.
Carry me, baby. Carry me harder. Okay.
the #1 most banned prop firm trader with $6.7 million in funds. Important for us to really have clarity in a strategy. Would you be able to summarize your strategy in a few sentences of how you look at the market?